Good morning. How is everyone today? How is your Monday starting? I hope it's going well, or maybe your Monday is finishing, depending on where you are in the world. And I hope it went well. I'm doing well this morning. It seems overcast, but oh yeah, I'm looking. It's supposed to be cloudy today. Okay, well, that's what's on the forecast here. And yeah, I'm looking forward to getting some reading done today. I don't have a ton of other things that I need to do today, which is nice. So I'll probably just be cleaning in between things, but I need an audiobook. But let me tell you about what I'm going to be reading and working on today. Well, cleaning, that's all I'm working on. Let me tell you what I'm reading today and let me know in the comments what you'll be reading today. So I'm going to be starting, of course, with Clarissa. And look, guys, making progress. Almost done. And let me show you where the book actually ends. It ends pretty close to this part are notes. So I do still have all this left to actually physically read, but it's coming along and it's moving at a good pace. And sorry if you hear all that crackling in the background. I think somebody's getting cereal. And if you can't hear that, great. The mic is doing its job and filtering things out. And then once I'm done reading my letter in Clarissa, I am going to be reading To Kill a Mockingbird. In fact, I am almost done reading it. I have been annotating it. And this is a reread for me. I read this in not even high school. I want to say late middle school, maybe early high school. I don't recall which. And it's not at all what I remember. I am pretty sure at this point that most of my memories of this book are actually memories of the movie. Because this book, I remember having issues with the book when I first read it and being like, guys, does nobody find any of this concerning? Despite the fact that some of the characters in the book find things concerning about their town. And yeah, so this will probably be its whole own video about all my thoughts on this and everything. And I know this is a beloved book by many, and I can see why. And I can also see why there's some people that hate that book. So I'm on the fence. I feel like it's now starting to take me on a roller coaster, and I'm like, and I don't think it's me. I think there's actually like issues with how the book was written. So it'll be interesting to see where I come out. I still have no idea. Good morning, Sue. How are you doing? You're reading The Homemade God. She wrote Miss Benson's Beetle, which you enjoyed, by Rachel Joyce. Okay, nice. And good morning. You're working on a review of Detained. Okay, nice. And Resilience. Oh, A Boy's Journal of Survival and Resilience. I was looking at those as two different books, and they're the same book. Good morning, Diana. How are you? Looking forward to spending time with me today. I'm looking forward to having you here today as well. You're starting off with reading another chapter of The World is My Home. Very nice. How's it going? Are you making good progress? I know he tends to write longer books. Good morning, Britta, or good afternoon, evening for you. Well, what time is it? Okay, it'll be afternoon for you. I can do that math. You just finished work for today. Yes, 3 p.m. You want to get some serious reading done during the sprints. Great. What are you reading, Britta? What is on the docket? And Amy, good morning. It's beautiful, 61 degrees in upstate New York. Ooh, nice. And to start this morning, you'll be journaling, yoga, inspirational reading. Lovely, Amy, lovely. And I didn't realize you were in upstate New York. I grew up in central New York, actually. I mean, upstate, depending on who you're talking to, you know how that is. But since I'm actually from New York, I know I grew up in central New York. And hello, Bookworm. How are you? You'll be finishing, The Shining. Ooh, scary. Are you enjoying it? And Rita, hey Rita, how are you? Waking up to work on your Kickstarter. How's it going? Oh, it's going great. 123% funded. It's still going. Good job. And so grateful to all who are supporting your next book's release, Harbor Excursions 2. Yay! And Rita, where can we go? Like, how can I direct people to your Kickstarter if they're interested in seeing what your book is about? Where can I find your link? I'm assuming somewhere on your channel. And you'll be lurking. That's totally fine, Bookworm. Hey, Andrea, how are you? Good to be here. Nice to have you here. You're rereading Voyage in the Dark. Ooh, Jean Bryce Reese. She's the author of Wide Sargasso Sea. Is that right? What's the Voyage in the Dark about? Hey, Jack. Good morning. How are you? And Diana wants to know, Bookworm, how you're enjoying The Shining. Oh, you finished it a few months ago, so you want to know if you've got a bookish friend to talk to it about. Emily, hello. Ooh, season 2 of Shiny Happy People. Nice. You'll also be reading Know My Name and Blood Marked. Very good. You got a mix of things going on, Emily. Hey, Smitty, how are you? Eating cereal and reading Happy Place? That sounds like a happy place to be in. What kind of cereal are you eating? And is it just me or am I like slightly out of focus? I can't tell if that's just like in a area of non-focus for my eyes or if I'm actually out of focus. Good morning, Natalie. You're reading Clarissa, Dracula, and Fiery Cross. Nice set of books there. Sushi, hello, still in the 90s. Oh, yeah. And Swampy Human, oh no. But you're determined to do a little outside garden stuff anyway, looking for an audiobook to keep you company. Nice. Okay, well, stay cool, take breaks, drink water, you know what to do. And hey, Fiona, still working for the next couple of hours, but has been going okay so far. Well, that's good. Glad you're having a good work day. Looking forward to audio booking and crocheting after work. Ooh, that sounds lovely. I was looking outside my window this morning and the deer must have come in the night because I have one tiger lily left or some sort of flower, and all the other flowers around it are gone from like leafy flowers that didn't have flowers. They ate those flowers a while ago, but they now have it down to just like a stalk coming out of the ground. And I'm like, thanks. Got hungry over the weekend, did we? Yeah, they did. Good morning, Jamie. Off to work and on vacation. Oh, off work and on vacation. That's even better than off to work. Hoping to get some reading in, but spending most of the day with your grandkids. Oh, that sounds lovely. I hope you enjoy your time. Denise, good morning. You just woke up making coffee on page 744 out of 906. You're almost done. Is the book as good as the movie? I remember the movie was really popular. Hey, Alex, how's it going? And Meg, good morning. You've been busy this morning. Okay, taking out the litter box and all the other garbage, reading Stolen Tongues and Carpool Detectives. Oh, I was really kind of hoping that was one book, but it's clearly two. Because what would that one book be if it was about stolen tongues and carpool detectives? Were the carpool people stealing the tongues? I think that's what that book would have been. Hey, Amelia, how are you? And you wish more people would read Detained. It might happen. You know how it is with books. Sometimes when they first come out or when they're out, like they're not like big and then it takes some time. So you never know. Hey, Doug, how are you doing today? What are you up to? You've been using Mockingbird for your course on professional ethics. Yeah, that is the question. That is the question. Is he a good lawyer? That's right, because I forgot you're a lawyer. Ooh, I'd really be interested to hear your thoughts on this book, Britta. Have you talked about it on your channel? Have you talked about any of this on your channel? We need to have a conversation now. Because I have so many thoughts. Because I'm married to a lawyer, and I'm like, because I'm already like, you're really just gonna let that go, Atticus? Okay. Anyway, Alicia, good morning. You're having coffee and you're trying to figure out what you want to read. Ooh, sounds exciting. I like that point sometimes. Nancy, good morning. You're reading South Riding, The Women, and The Keeper of Hidden Books. I love how many people have like multiple things going on at the same time. Anne says, good morning to Britta. Good morning, Michelle. How are you? Working and hoping to start. Ooh, Crime and Punishment. Nice. I hope you enjoy. Are you starting to feel settled in, Michelle? Amelia, going to start with continuing. I'm not reading sentences correctly now. Going to start with, or continuing with, Long Live the Tribe of the Fatherless Girls. These titles are like on it today. I'm really liking. Oh, you're in Binghamton. Nice. Okay. Okay. Well, yeah. Okay. So you're doing the like upstate, upstate of New York City, which is all that anybody understands. But I gotcha. Yeah. 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 No, I grew up outside of Syracuse, so I know where Binghamton is. My best friend went to Binghamton for college. So very nice. Oh, well, I bet you're getting into like the best part of the year there for sure. Elkie, hello, how are you doing? You're reading Dry. And it's been on your TBR for ages. Oh, that's always satisfying to get something off your bookshelf and off your TBR like that. Good morning, Grace. You're reading You Again. Ooh, 44% in. Nice. And Britta wants to know, Amelia, if your book is good. Alex is looking forward to a day on the couch. Yeah, you've been busy, but you actually have a lot to get done around the house. Oh, you're traveling for baseball on Thursday. Okay, fair. Yeah, you're definitely living the life of like parents are heroes, especially when they're engaged and should get a medal. You're living that life right now. So you may return to Kill a Mockingbird via audiobook. Oh, that makes sense. Yeah. It seems like it was a good time for us to switch to the story graph because it does seem like we both have like a very busy set of weeks going on. Okay, ever so slightly out of focus. Okay, so it's not just me. I'm like, because the words look fine. Let's see if I can do the hand thing and help the camera out. Nope, it's probably because my lighting's not high enough. Let me see if I can fix it. Hang on. It'll look like I'm doing nothing to you guys other than staring at not things. But usually this will do the trick because it'll adjust the lighting. Maybe not. Okay. I guess I'm just going to be slightly out of focus for a while until my camera figures things out. Let's see. Where do we leave off? You just read Dry last month. Ooh, and Jamie seems like you enjoyed it. Bookworm was saying to Diana, you're enjoying it very much. Detailed writing style. You don't read all King's works, but you do enjoy the older books. Yeah, it seems like people are kind of split on that. Amelia was saying to Britta, not that far into it. So far, you're interested. Andrea, White Sargasso Sea. Okay. This is one is about a white 19-year-old from Jamaica and high-end prostitution in London. Interesting. I have not heard of it. I hope you like it. Elke was saying to Jamie, really, what a coincidence. You don't hear people reading it very often. Yeah, I haven't heard of it before. And your TBR is insane this month? Oh, Amelia. And Alex, yes, you want that's from Lawyer on Atticus? I know, exactly. Christina, good morning. Starting Endling. Nice. Long listed for the Booker. Okay, I was just about to say, why does that sound familiar? But that's why. And oh, I don't know why it repeated your comment, but hey. And Denise, the book is really good. Your first Pat Conroy, you're loving the writing. You watched the movie when it came out in 1991. You remember it being really good. You'll watch it again if it's streaming. Nice. Jackfish, when you get to read later, you're reading Along Came a Moor. Ooh, okay, I like that. Nice little romance. Michelle, oh, good. I'm glad you're settling in rearranging phase. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. You've had time to figure out a better, more effective layout. Yep, I totally get that. You had a sweet mate in college, Alex, who would get so upset. People said they were from upstate New York. Yeah, they were from Buffalo, which is technically central New York, right? I get it. So she's like, no, you're not from upstate. Yeah, because upstate is like Watertown, and I can't even think of all the places, but like Watertown is like truly upstate New York. You don't even know. Kristen, good morning. Working a lot today, but also only 50 pages left of deep cuts. Ooh, how's that? And I hope you're able to finish it. Regina, good morning. Starting a buddy read of The Kingdom of Gods. Nice. And you ordered What Kingdom? Oh, hoping that is the correct book. That's the one that I just recently read, if that's what you're thinking of. I think you'll find it really interesting, Anne. I thought it was a really interesting look at a psych ward and very literary. Diana Mitchner is the ultimate description of someone with wanderlust. Oh, I'm glad you're enjoying his memoir. Memoir. That came out strange. Rita, love watching. I mean, not stare at things. I'm good. I'm glad. It's complicated. Yeah, I bet. Yeah, I figured you meant Wanderlust, which we were talking about his memoir. It was your sentence. I was confusing. No worries. I was trying to make it work. Complicated sounds right. Yeah. Uh, what is Britta reading? Alicia, you have a really hard time liking a lot of books that are picked for literary prizes. I do too. They don't always work for me, especially the winners. I'm like, that's not what I would have picked. It's depressing true to life. You did try to uh, misspell tuition, but autocorrect. I'm confused. The filling in the initials is not working in my mind today. You were born in Middleton, New York, and people say, "Oh, the city." And you don't think it's considered New York City, right? Right, yeah. New Yorkers have a very different idea of what is and isn't New York City. And Jamie, you bet you read it with a friend and enjoyed it. You're usually not much of a fan of YA, but you liked this one. There's a few issues, but it was a 4 star. Hey, that's not too bad. And Britta Crovel. What did I just combined those words. Crime novel. There we go. Oh my gosh. Another in the Lindley series and still the Bloody Dante. He's never getting out, Britta. It's just gonna be stuck there forever. Britta's Britta, are you relating a little too hard to Dante? Are you also feeling like you're in one of the inner circles of hell? Is that one of the ironies of the book? And the next book on the pile is Fox. Ooh, okay, not a huge fan of hers, but everyone tells you it's different. Okay, let me know because I like the premises of her books. I'm not such a huge fan of the writing style. Um, so let me know if you find it different and if it is, how different and in what way. You know what I'm saying? That's what I want to know. All right. Well, that is the last comment that I can see. So I'm ready to start reading and jump on in. I'm probably going to sit here while I read Clarissa, but I have our little timer up here. Oops. No, I don't want to save my thing. I just want to start reading. So let me fix my screen so we look all cutesy here. There we go. And then I'm going to be starting with Clarissa. So there she is. And yeah, a crovel. That's what we should call them from now on. Crovels. Crime and novels are crovels. So in the future, when I refer to them as such continuously, you'll know what I'm talking about. You guys are officially in the in crowd. All right, we've got 45 minutes on the clock for our first sprint. Happy reading, everyone. I will see you in 45 minutes. Toodaloo. Hello and welcome back. How is everybody's sprint? How is it going so far? Mine went well. I did get through Clarissa. I got through my letters for the today, and then I am working on To Kill a Mockingbird. This is how far I am. So hopefully I'll finish it today. That's kind of my unspoken goal to myself. I am on page 260 out of 320, so I feel like that is a reasonable goal. And like this book, I tell you, there are moments where I'm like, oh yeah, okay, good, yeah, learn that lesson, and then they like semi walk it right back, and I'm like, what happened, guys? I thought we were like clearly we're only gonna make it so far in our knowledge, and they're like baby steps, and I'm like, yeah, no, this isn't a situation where you should be baby stepping yourself along. You should be sad and disappointed that you're taking baby steps. Like there are times where it's like we can do like progressively move forward. Life and death, usually not one of those situations. Like you wouldn't want to be in a life and death surgery and have your surgeon be like, "We're making baby steps. You might not survive this time, but next time I think I'll have figured it out." Like, oh gosh, yeah, let me tell you, people. Anyway, I'm going to keep working on that. I might add some extra light over here because clearly it's going to be way more overcast than I thought, and it's only in the low 70s. Ooh, should we go outside? Is it going to rain? It has a habit of suddenly downpouring in this area. So while going outside on a nice cool day sounds great, getting rained on does not. So let me check the forecast of the next one and maybe we'll move outside for a little bit because that does sound nice. And hey, Mickey, how are you? Oh, it's a holiday, but you're working. Oh, no. Oh, okay. You'll be able to check in and hopefully finish your nonfiction all in her head. Ooh, that sounds important. And you just finished Mother Naked and it was great. Oh my gosh. I'm so jealous of all of you who have read Mother Naked. It sounds right up my alley. Can't find it for the life of me. I should check the library. Julia was asking Mick if you're in Canada. The planner says it's a civic holiday there. Yep, yep, yep. Hello, Julie. And also, good morning. Just finished King of Ashes. Ooh, and now you're doubtful the rest of this month's TBR can live up to it. Oh no, I know that feeling. Well, you're like, the first one was great. Now I want to keep reading, but oh, hopefully you'll have some more surprises. And Mickey's in Ontario. Hey, Silky, how are you? You're in Dallas. Woke up at 5 a.m. to giant hail balls, heavy rain and lightning. Oh my gosh. Okay, well, I'm glad everything worked out. Wow, that sounds like a wild way to wake up this morning. And you just finished reading the psycho thriller book Anna O. Ooh, so good. Nice. Hey, Nani, how are you? You're reading Nothing Holds Back the Night. Ooh, on page 100 of 340. Very good. I've been missing you too. Oh, you've been working 2 shifts. That is tiring. Okay, good. I'm glad it's almost over. Hopefully, I'll get to see you more. Hope you're well. Hello, Noah. How are you doing? What are you up to today? Amy finished your inspirational reading, journaling, and yoga. You got a lot done during that sprint. And some Substack writing. Nice. Emily, no reading done that hour as you got ready for the day. Makes sense. Alex spent that sprint on Storygraph. Guess you had more to say than you thought. You're not done updating your comments. I had a lot to say at the point that I think you're at too, where I was like, and I still have, I don't even know. I don't even know at this point. I'm going to have to read. Amelia's 20% into the book. Don't think it would be for you, Britta. Oh, interesting. And hey, Shannon, how are you doing? You're coming in during the last 20 minutes. Well, I'm glad you got some sprinting time in. Denise watered your plants, read outside. See, read 13 pages. Nice. Shannon, 33% of rediscovering the USS Alligator. Oh, the first submarine that was lost at sea during the Civil War. Oh, okay, yeah, I know which one you're talking about. Interesting. Okay, and Doug, totally going to make you reread the Mockingbird, Atticus and Scout are some of your all-time favorites. Yeah, You should reread it, Doug. I'd be interested to hear what you think because I had positive feelings about both of them going into the book, and now I'm realizing that those positive feelings may mostly be from the movie. Because in the book, I'm like, you're both a lot more questionable. And now that I'm getting towards the end of the book, I'm like, I'm now confused about some, like, both of their characterizations. And not just because we may have an unreliable narrator. Like, I don't think that explains everything. I'm definitely like, I think you guys have changed over the course of the book, but maybe not in a logical fashion. Hey, Louisa, good morning. Doing laundry. Oh, I need to do laundry. Thank you for saying that. And dishes. I need to do dishes. I guess that's what I'm doing during the next sprint, as well as seeing if we're going to move outside. And then reading a NetGalley cozy mystery. Ooh, Murder on the Books. I like the title. Have you read Go Set a Watchman? I have not. And at first, I wasn't sure if I was going to. I've been digging into some of the controversy surrounding it. I like how you're both like, have you read it? And I have decided that I am going to read it, but I want to read more about what was like factually what we know about that book. And from what I can tell after some initial digging, is that it was marketed as a prequel or sequel, but in reality, it was the first draft of this book. And I know some people are like, oh, it ruins it. That's not what she intended. And at the point I'm at in this book, from what little I know about Go Tell a Watchman, I'm like, no, maybe that was originally where she was going to go because there's times where I could see that being the case, and other times where I'm like, well, maybe not. And it's confusing. So it's going to be interesting. So I'm going to read Go Set a Watchman, but more as a comparative lit, like, let me see if this clarifies the author's intent more than a prequel, sequel. I think it's going to be a good book type of situation, if that makes sense. Yes, Alex is encouraging Doug to read it. Yes, yes, yes. Add to the conversation. Absolutely. Emily, you didn't care for it. That was the one written first, and Atticus shows his racism in it. I'm going to argue, and I will when I do a book review, that he shows his racism in this book as well, and his classism, and his misogynist. Like, I'm not liking Atticus as much as I expected to, but I will say in this book, it's very, 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 very subtle at times. But you have to like watch the diction in this book very carefully and very closely follow like what they're actually saying about people and like the words that they use to describe them. Because Atticus at the beginning of the book seems more like what I've heard about Atticus and Go Set a Watchman. And Atticus at the end of the book, like, suddenly has views that I'm like, but you didn't seem to think that at the beginning of the book. And I think what's going on in this book is that there's statements that he makes in the book that it's not really clear what he means. And like I think that needed to be clarified by the author so that we could understand what she was truly trying to say about some of her characters. And there she ends up being vague, so you can go either way. And hey, LA, how are you? You read it To Kill a Mockingbird in 1991, so you can't recall that. It would be interesting. Yeah, if you have not read this book since the 90s, which I feel like everyone around my age, well, that's probably the case, I highly recommend rereading it. Like, I remember in the 90s being like, I'm not okay with all of this. And now I'm like, uh, how did anybody ever like the amount of derogatory language that's in this book from beginning to end that at one point it said like, oh, we shouldn't be using that word, and then just continues to be in the book forever. And I'm like, and I remember at the time people being like, oh, that's how people spoke at the time. No, even at the time this book takes place, it was a derogatory term, and people used it as a derogatory term at that time. And yeah, yeah, it's just so many thoughts, so many thoughts. I'm doing well, Chris. How are you doing? I hope you're well. What are you up to today? Yeah, freshman year English canon curriculum. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what it was for me. Yeah, just so many thoughts. But let's go back into a sprint. But first, I need to fix our clock. So let me stop that for a second and give us our full hour. I'm going to start laundry, make my sausage that I forgot to eat, and I'm now regretting that because I'm hungry. Um, what was the other thing I was going to do? I was going to make sausage, start the laundry, see if we can go outside. Anybody else remember what the other thing was? Hmm. Maybe it'll come to me. Anyway, we've got an hour and a clock, and I'll chat with you guys when we get back. Happy sprinting. Hello and welcome back. How did everybody's sprint go? Mine went well. I actually got very little reading done that sprint. I talked to my mom and then I talked to my buddy reader and I read maybe 3 pages, but that was probably enough for this go round because we're just in a part where we're spending a lot of time with the local townspeople and I'd rather not. Oh my gosh, what is it with books and like just unlikable townspeople? Like, anybody know of a good book where like all the people in town are charming and nice? Does such a thing exist? Or at least a mix of people in town? Like, does everybody in town have to be hateful except for one person? Like, can we have like a better diversity of people living in these towns in our books? Is that a thing? Does that make for a boring book? Um, oh yeah, and we were talking about when we left off different things from To Kill a Mockingbird, like the line where Scout is being said not to use a derogatory term, um, because it's common, but she shouldn't be using it, which is more like because she's not the appropriate age, as opposed to it's just flat out wrong and there's something like seriously off. 53% into you again for Grace. Nice job. LA bought a $1 copy of To Kill a Mockingbird, and you think you remember liking it. That was kind of what my feelings were. Now I'm like, I don't know how to feel about this book. And I'm almost done with it. And you want to go outside, but the neighbor's dog is barking. I was going to have us go outside because it is nice out, but then I saw it's supposed to rain in an hour, which means by the time we came back from our break, it would probably start raining. So I was like, well, there's no point to that. And it's supposed to rain for a couple hours, is what it seems like. Doug was saying to Alex, good point for you forgot the common line. Yeah, you're starting it today. Hope you don't hate it. Watchmen was already such a letdown. Yeah, I don't know how I don't hate it, Doug, but it's like it's just not what I remember. Like at this point in the book, that's what I would say is if you think you remember the story, go back and read it, especially if you read it in high school or middle school. Go back and read it as an adult, or even if you read it as an adult 10 plus years ago, go back and read it again. Um, because you might not hate it. You still might like it, but who you like may change. Like there are people in this book that I like. It's not who I recall liking before, and it's not who I recall respecting before. Like it, I don't even know. Oh no, you missed the chatty bit. Oh, hopefully you're here for this one. And yeah, you were disappointed a few years ago when you had to reread all 7 Narnia books. Oh, they're not all perfect. I know, who knew? LA, you thought you were going to fly through the Narnia books and ended up only reading one. I tried that and that happened to me as well. I was like, oh, okay. Yeah, they just didn't grip me how I expected them to. And Silky, we've piqued your interest. Literally just finished a book, so you're going to start Ghost at a Watchman. Reese Witherspoon narrates the audiobook. Oh, so you're going to go that route. But good luck, especially if you haven't reread To Kill a Mockingbird recently. But I think, given that Ghost at a Watchman is the sort of original first draft, it would be interesting even to read that first and then To Kill a Mockingbird to kind of get a sense of like where do you think she went with the story. It's such an interesting situation. Doug hated Watchmen, virtually no redeeming qualities, but now with To Kill a Mockingbird in flux, maybe Watchmen is a work of genius. I don't know. I don't think that's how I'm going to feel about it. I think I'm just going to be like, I feel like it's going to explain things to me that I need explained. Doug wanted to know if LA has read Piranesi. You think that's what you got you back into Narnia. Okay. And LA's read it twice, one of your favorites. You met Piranesi for the first time this year, Doug. Oh, but you've been a lifelong Narnia fan. Okay, that all makes sense. And I love the connection there with Narnia and Piranesi. Like, I don't think I've thought of that before. You can't get it out of your brain. Alex, oh, I know. I can't believe it dropped your thing, and it's fine. I'm glad we at least have Voxer. YouTube ain't the only digital business. Yeah, so true. And so he was saying to Doug, it's already starting out rocky. Love whom you will, but marry your own kind. Yeah. I mean, I just finished a section in here, which is why I'm like, people, this isn't that different in here, where at least the aunt is saying, like, yeah, no, there's different people. And even if they were family, there's certain people we'd never let in the house. And I mean, she's talking regarding race, regarding class, regarding education. And like, she's like, yeah, your father's a little different. And I agree with that, a little different. So, you don't know that genius is in pursuit. Probably not. I mean, depending on what she's trying to say about that, right? Oh, yeah. And she's sorry that Alex lost the stuff. Glad to have another alternative. Yes, thanks goodness for Voxer. Good morning, Amberly. How are you doing? Hope you're well. Doug says hi. Sue says hi. Hi, Sue. Hi, Kelly. You did a load of dishes and ate breakfast and reset everything. Oh, no, the power flicker. Anybody feel like the power flicker is almost worse than losing power? Like, because I don't want to lose power and I don't want to lose it for a long time. But by the time you flickered, you might as well be out for a full hour because, like, you've interrupted stuff. And at least give me a long enough interruption to, like, be okay with it. I say that, but, like, if we lost power right now for an hour, I'd be annoyed. Oh my gosh. Grace is at 60%. You're making good progress, Grace. Anne is starting Fox. Let us know how it is, Anne. Denise made a phone call, read 25 pages. Nice. Good morning, Sue. Ooh, 5 books you're working on. What are you working on, Sue? Doug was saying, Marry Your Own Kind is just getting warmed up. Oh, gosh. I can't even imagine. And you know what? Honestly, Doug, based on my reading of To Kill a Mockingbird, like I feel like that's probably going to be the only difference between the two books is that um, Go Set a Watchman was a more amped up version of where this book ended up. Like I think she just toned it down, but that everything was in there, still in there. And I kind of wonder if there were regrets. Like, I personally wonder if she kind of ended up wishing she hadn't toned it down. You know what I'm saying? Emily read a chapter and a half of Know My Name. It's so infuriating. I can only imagine because now after this is now after the trial, and she's reacting to reading the transcripts from the trial. Oh, it's now after the trial. Okay, well, trial, you know. I get you. I get you. Lisa, no reading done, but laundry in and out, put away, dishwasher unloaded, cleaned up kitchen, general house pickup, empty nesters, so mainly cat toys. That's hilarious. I love that. Those messy cats. They need to put their stuff away when they're done playing. Kelly reread To Kill a Mockingbird recently and hated it. It's like all about small town life with a little white girl in the South and very little about the horror that's going on around her. Yes, Kelly, Alex and I were just talking about this. How the book, despite what we all remember about it, when you reread it, you realize is very like they're family centric. Like things happen around them that are horrible and disgusting, but it's very much an isolationist, like, well, how can we make sure that we're okay through all of this? And are we doing what's best for us? And are we feeling clear of our conscience? And are we happy with what we're doing? Other people may be dying and being abused around us, but you know, how do I feel about that? And you're like, you? What? Who's thinking about you in this moment? They are. They're thinking about themselves all the time. Mickey didn't read it because you didn't read because you had to update audio files for work. That's fair, unless you count the training material you're working on as an audiobook. So boring that you would have DNF'd it by now. If only, right? Like, can we rank our audiobook training for work? Hey Mel, how are you? Reading Out of Darkness, 130 pages in. Nice. Ooh, Britta's almost finished with your mystery. Did you figure out who did it, Britta? Are you usually able to? Doug was saying to Emily, you just read Chanel Miller, very painful, great, but very painful. All endings, chef's kiss, though. Reading child risk. That's so true. Go set a Watchmen, don't. I don't know, Britta. I've got to. I've got to because I like it's already bad. Like this book was bad when I first read it. Like it was bad, a bad experience for me to read because I was like, as again, as much as this book talks about put yourself in other people's shoes, Harper Lee did not put herself in my shoes as a reader reading her book. So yeah, yeah. I'm sorry, Britta. I'm gonna read it. I may regret my choices. You won't read Ghost Set Watchmen. I don't blame you. Um, I'm trying to look more into this, Kelly, about whether or not she didn't want it published. I've heard people say that, and then I've looked at other things, and then it says she does say it, that she wanted it published. So, and then there's explanation as to why it wasn't published. And then her lawyer says she wanted it published. But then people are like, we don't think she could have judged this for herself because she was 80. To which I'm like, so 80-year-old people can't make decisions for themselves, even when they're in home care? And it's complicated. So if you have any good articles about this, Kelly, or anyone does, I want to read a lot about this because normally I wouldn't want to read something that an author didn't want published. But it seems like it's popular opinion that she didn't want it published as opposed to known fact. And that's what I'm trying to figure out. Hey, Sophia, how are you? Getting a late start because your eyes only feel good when they're closed. Oh, I know that feeling. Oh, allergies. Yeah, they've been bad recently. I hope they do feel better for you. Reading over, oh, I never liked A Wrinkle in Time, so I just can't imagine rereading it getting better. Like I've tried it and tried it and tried it throughout childhood and into young adulthood, and I just refuse to try again. It's a tough read, but it's an important read. Yeah. A Wrinkle in Time let you down too, Doug. Oh, see, and that's my concern. Is like people don't seem to like it better. I didn't like it as a kid. I was like, I hate this book. Oh, when you read A Wrinkle in Time as to your kids, you were surprised that you forgot just how religious it was. Interesting. And so you're afraid to revisit the Narnia series too. You did re-listen to The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe with the kids. Okay. That's fair. Don't try reading Know My Name while running a chainsaw or operating heavy equipment. Good advice, Doug. Good advice. Good morning, Christina. How are you? It didn't bother you too much, but you don't know you want to reread the rest of the Narnia books. Yeah, I don't know. I didn't find that they held up for me. And Christina has all our reminders. Thank you, Christina. Hello to Kelly. Hello to Christina. Hello, 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 hello. Hello to Mel. I'm just going to quickly get to the last of these comments if possible, and if not, we'll go into a sprint. Doug found the 7 Narnia books to be hit or miss. Yeah, that's how I was feeling. And hello to Christina. You don't plan on doing that. Yeah, good, Emily. No chainsaws. You're supposed to work right now, but you're exhausted. Oh, you're going to read the sprint. Sounds good. More hellos to Christina. Amelia's 30% into your book. Nice job. And thanks to Christina. Oh, you took part of your meds and forgot the rest. There you go. Thank you, Christina. The reminders are always helpful. And they're to meds, water, exercise, laundry, all the things that we start doing and then forget. Alex, you want to read Watchmen too because you feel like it would be authentic to what she wanted to do in terms of storytelling. That's what I'm also guessing because it was actually the original draft that she lost. So I can get her not wanting to publish it if it was like, it doesn't make sense to publish this now because it is this book. In that sense, I also would have said, I don't want it published. But then I also would have said, but after I die, I mean, if you want to put it out there, not as a sequel or a prequel like they did, but if you wanted to put it out there as this was my first draft, I would have been fine with that. So I feel like there's too much speculation and not enough facts being shared. And more hellos. Hellos. Amelia's going to make dinner. Ooh, I hope it's yummy. Doug isn't convinced Harper Lee even wrote Watchmen. Are you to believe that Madeline Miller wrote the Iliad? Interesting. Starting with The Time for Murder. Yeah, rest, Kelly. And you're welcome to Anne. and one of the cats distracted you. Oh, those cats. Alternate universe Mockingbird as opposed to sequel, right? Like how it would have worked out if she hadn't lost it. Definitely. And cats can be distracting for sure. All right, let's go into our next sprint. The timer is already gone a little bit. Let me start it and we can keep chatting when we come back. And I will see you in an hour. Happy sprinting. Hello and welcome back. How did everybody's sprint go? Mine went well. I am now at the climax of my book, and I still have no idea what I'm going to think about this book in the end, or what I think about it at this point, or anything. So that's how that's going. I think in the next sprint, I'm going to eat lunch because I am definitely starving at this moment, and it's also not raining. I feel lied to by the weather. So we'll see. I'm still hoping to move outside. Like it was supposed to rain and then stop by what looked like maybe 1 o'clock, but now I'm like, but now it hasn't rained at all. So I don't really know what's going on. But let me get to your comments. I know when we left off, we were talking about To Kill a Mockingbird. Doug was saying we should have used Voxer, no last drafts there. If only we had things like that. Sue, it's a good idea, and the cats seldom let you forget to give them treats. So true. Oh, because I think I missed a couple because Anne had said something. That your meds are in the same drawer as the cat's treats. Oh, yes, that is a good idea. Hey, Drew, how are you? Going to try and finish your current read, Once Upon You and Me. Oh, you're getting close. So, yeah, you should finish. Hopefully, you've got the time. Good morning from Doug to Drew. Amberly saying, Drew, you can do it. Amelia is making courgettes soup with roasted gnocchi. Oh, that sounds delicious. Hey, Swank, how are you? Happy chocolate chip cookie day. Chocolate chip cookie. That sounds amazing. And happy white wine day and happy world clouded leopard day. Oh, and Swank, you forgot happy International Owl Awareness Day. You're sprint hopping. Make sure to hydrate and boop the like. Have a great sprint. You too, Swank. Thanks. Hey, Kiana, how are you doing? I hope you're having a good day. Hello, Courtney. How are you? Late start to your day. I have no idea how it's already past noon, but it is, isn't it? And hellos are going around, and good mornings. And took a lunch break. That's going to be me next. Doug wants to know how the right hand is coming in. And yeah, we all hope you're doing well. Oh, moving to Metamorphosis, Diana. I have not read that ever. Maybe in school, but no recollection. Hi, Jen. How are you? Listening to Just for the Summer. Yay. I hope you are doing well and I hope you enjoy your book. Welcome. Welcome. Oh, and before I forget, welcome to everybody who is lurking in the background. Hello to you as well. I hope your day is going well. Anne is feeling a lot better. Oh, good. And yeah, not referring you to PT. What about occupational therapy, Anne? I know that often doesn't get mentioned, but occupational therapy would be the one that would help you learn to use just your left hand to do things. Do you think your insurance would cover that? I feel like that would be worth asking, and I know frequently it won't get mentioned unless you ask. And a hello to Doug. Courtney is going to start your workout. Sounds good. Late start, but no slacking. Good for you, Courtney. A hello to Doug from Sue. You're stuck at home working. No reading for you. Okay, I was going to say, I was like, I'm surprised you're not at work already, Kiana. But that makes sense, working from home. Jen got to 11%. Very good. Emily read a chapter and a half. Got your book of the month box. Ooh. Oh, no. Contact your customer service. Oh, no. Oh, the bridge edges are streaky. Oh, that's not good. Yeah, definitely get that fixed. Grace got to 62%. Nice job. Kelly made it to 352 out of 685 in Wrath. Ooh, nice. Sue had breakfast and got to 78% of time for murder. Britta has 20 pages to go. Ooh, you know who did it? Ooh, that's always exciting. I mean, I would assume so. I never read mysteries, but it seems like it would be exciting. Emily, and this isn't the first time their sprayed edges have looked wonky. Oh, you wanted the book's sprayed edges or no, and you have to pay $3 more. Yeah, so then they should come out right. That's annoying. Hello, Flavia. How are you? You're back from a walk. Ooh, well, I hope you had a great walk. And Lisa, still no reading. It will happen, Lisa. It will. More laundry and some meal prep. I need to do laundry and eat a meal. Hello, Christina. You've been running errands, but listening to Hurricane Wars. Ooh, that sounds exciting. and hellos from Mel are going around to Kiana and Courtney. Amber Lee did laundry, got up and moved a bit, did a leg workout. You'd like to be able to work tomorrow, so you got to keep moving. Oh, that is so true. Yeah, if you guys didn't know that continuing to move helps with muscle soreness. And hello, Anita. You're reading Can You Solve the Murder by Tony Johnston and Rhythm and Clues. I like that one. And Michelle, you're supposed to be working and you ended up on Blackwell's. Oh, I don't know. How did that happen? Strange. Flavia came back from a walk with your husband. Oh, okay. And then read some of Steelheart, only 65 pages left. Ooh, I think a lot of people might finish in the next couple sprints. Mel drank a glass of sparkling water with lime. Ooh, that sounds lovely. 10 more pages of Out of Darkness. Amber Lee also started reading Empire of Silence. I don't think I know that one. You're supposed to be finishing a series this summer. Okay, how's that going? Oh, starting new ones. Okay, well, you still got some summer left. Kristen's having a productive work day, 25 pages in deep cuts, only 30 pages left, another almost finished. Alex chatted with her mom, started some laundry, put away dishes. Feels like you're walking in circles. I know, I have days like that. Like, what's up with that? You guys feel that way too sometimes, where you're like, I'm doing stuff, but somehow nothing seems to be getting done? Amy, you're back after an appointment. Nice. Getting ready for lunch. Same, same. Flavia will probably start making dinner in the next sprint. Oh, it's 6:30. Ooh, having pizza. Yum, yum, yum. And would be amazed at the things that it takes both hands to do. Exactly. That's why I'm thinking like occupational therapy would seem appropriate. Like I could see how they could argue not physical therapy because, if you're able to move your right hand, but that doesn't mean you can button your shirt. Your wife is getting tired of that. Definitely inquire about occupational therapy, Anne. If no one has mentioned that to you, like I would really push and push and push to get that. Amberly, you mean you have finished or caught up on 3 so far? Oh, okay, I gotcha. Okay, well that is good then. Yeah, that's really good. Like I'm just definitely maybe I need to do that. Like series summer, where I'm seriously going to finish series one summer. That'll be my goal for next year, but somebody else will have to remind me because unless I literally write that in my planner, next summer will come. No thought of doing that. None at all. So my goal is going to be to have lunch during the next sprint to finish this book. I am on page 300 of 320 something. And to switch the laundry, this is already becoming more things than I'm going to remember. And then the rest of the day, I'm going to be figuring out what I want to read next. I've got a little pile of possibilities, and I've just got to start working through it and figure out what I want to do. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Well, and simple things when you have the use of both hands. But yeah, like you can do things with just one hand, but it does take lessons. And like that's the whole thing that occupational therapy is there for, and it should be used more. Elisa, happy Monday to you. How are you? You finished Angels Came and it was 4 stars. Okay, not too shabby. I like a good 4 star. Do I ever share planner videos or plan your reading in my planner? I don't have a reading planner that I really like this year. Like, I just have a notebook and that's working fairly well. But I couldn't figure out a system to make it a planner, but I have a plan for next year. So, probably once I get next year's planner for my reading, I will probably share what I plan on doing with that. And I don't really share planner videos because my planner is pretty boring. It's like here's the dates and here's what I'm doing. I mean, I can show you what I use, which is this. This is the Common Planner by Sterling Inc. I was like, who did it? And she's on YouTube, and she has a website that she will connect you to. And this is their like traveler's notebook, her traveler's notebooks size. And in case you're wondering what it looks like, I'll just turn to this page. Got the dates down one side, so it's that format. I'll just pause our thing real quickly. I won't go on about this too long. And then on the other side, you can not quite see it, is just a grid because I like grid. Okay, there we go. You can almost see it. So I will put like my dates and appointments over here, and over here I put a list of things to do for the week, and I check it off. And when I'm done, it looks kind of like that. So though that's a more decorative page because sometimes when I'm done, it just looks like that. So I can share that, but it wouldn't be anything amazing. Let's see here. Andrea finished Voyage in the Dark. You're still awed by how she manages to write so simply with such depth. Very sad story. Masterpiece writing. Ooh, that sounds amazing. Kelly has too many spreadsheets to keep yourself straight. Yeah, my spreadsheets are getting out of control too, Kelly. And Lisa's reading, ooh, The Snow Child and finishing Mice of Men. Very good. I hope you enjoy both. And Christina, you checked your Instagram messages and fell down a rabbit hole. Oh, Practical Magic 2. Oh boy, I can think of a few thousands of people who will be as excited as you are, Christina. All right, let's get into our next sprint. We'll talk some more when we get back from this one. I'll see you guys at the next break. Happy sprinting. Hello and welcome back. Welcome outside. I didn't realize the time was flying by that quickly. How did everybody's sprint go? Mine went well. I moved us outdoors because it's slightly brighter out here now, and it seems like maybe it's not going to rain for a little bit still. That seems to be the indication of the weather app. We'll see if we get rained on or not. I'm disturbing the ants around me, and I'm hoping they're not crawling into my stuff to try and get a trip indoors. So I didn't think about that when I put my little basket on the floor. But I finished To Kill a Mockingbird during that last sprint. So during probably this next sprint, I still need to do the laundry. I forgot about that. Switch your laundry if you're me or like me. But yeah, in the next sprint, I'm going to switch my laundry. I'm going to do that first. And then I need to pick my next book. And I've got an interesting assortment of things to choose from. But I think the laundry will be a good mental break because I'm still letting the end of the book settle in and the message and the things. And probably tomorrow I'll write down and collect all my thoughts. So that's my plan. And then I will have, I don't know, some idea of what I want to read next eventually, hopefully, maybe. I'll figure out another book to start. I kind of want an audiobook as well, though I don't necessarily need one today, but I need to keep that in mind in terms of the book that I pick next. Because I don't want to pick a book that I would rather do on audio. I think I know which one I'd like to do on audio. So we'll see if I can get both an audio and a physical book going. Let's see what's going on with you. Oh, I had us at the spot we needed to go to. Oh yeah, when we left off, we were talking about planning and spreadsheets, and Alex was making the good point of needing a spreadsheet for spreadsheets. Oh, is it going to work? There we go. Yeah, and I do. I need a spreadsheet to organize my spreadsheet for sure. And trying to be thankful that you write with your left hand. Yes, I'm glad that you do. Don't threaten you with a good time. Oh my gosh. Yeah, a good spreadsheet is satisfying. That is so true. And Anne was recommending to Lisa Blue Sky, Black Woods. I just found out yesterday, that it's a Beauty and the Beast retelling. I don't know how I didn't know that and why I didn't feel like that was ever mentioned, but it makes sense because I know her previous book, at least one of her previous books, was kind of sort of a retelling. Brenna, you finished. Yay! Oh no, dinner and then another go at Dante. Good on you. Good on you. Did you find a translation you liked better, Britta? You're probably eating dinner. But if I remember when you come back, I'll ask again. Hey, Paula, how are you? Thanks for booping the like. It's almost time for you to sprint. Hello to Paula from Amber Lee. Bookworm finished. Yay! Oh, and you gave it 5 stars. Nice. That's always a good way to go. Emily is going to hop off so you can run errands. Good luck with your errands. Yay from Amber Lee. And a hello from Paula. And a hello from Courtney. Sue finished Time for Murder. Yay, so many finishes. Hoping it counts as a pun for her kid. Oh, August mystery prompt. Oh, yeah, I've been totally forgetting to follow the mystery prompts. Oh, well. Finished Time for Murder? I think so. Come on. Like, who's going to say that's not a pun? And yay for finishing, Sue. I know. I knew a lot of people were going to finish during that sprint. Just based on the one before. And hellos are going around, and congratulations. Sue says thanks, but you don't have the time frame right. Oh, you're sure you have something else to read, and it fits other prompts. Okay, I gotcha. Crochet Mima, hello, just hopping on, reading Theo of Golden. Ooh, how is that? What is that about? Because I've heard, I think Krista has mentioned that she loved that book. Yeah, okay, yeah, you mentioned Krista. I should have just read the rest of what you were saying. You think it might be your favorite of 2025? What is it about? Because she keeps hyping that book, and now I'm all hyped about it. And a hello from Courtney Christina. Hey, Dina, how are you? You're going to begin reading My Friends. Oh, by Frederick Bachman. Okay, you've heard this one is different. Ooh, let us know, Dina, once you've read it, how it's different, if you think it's true. See, right? View of Golden's going around, making the rounds. Kelly did an hour of video editing. Good job. About another hour left. I feel ya. Flavia did some laundry, book tracking, read about 35 pages. Not bad. Courtney's making a sandwich for lunch. Yummy. What did I have for lunch? Because I did have lunch. I forgot that. I had beef tacos, pork tacos, beef tacos. Beef tacos. I had to think about what the taco filling was. We had some leftover ground carne pastora. So it was so good. It was so good. It was from the local bodega. Oh, it was so good. I'm going backwards. It was so good. I'm confused. Thank you. Yeah, I was excited to finish. And read 20 pages, and you think you're going to like it. Okay, what are you liking about it so far? Is it the writing? And Krishimama, Hidden Gem. Oh, it's wonderful. What is it about? What is it about? Tell us, tell us. And Kelly, it sounds yummy. Courtney, you should probably consider eating sooner rather than later. Yep. Christina, no reading yet. Fell down another rabbit hole with the boys. Maybe next sprint. You've got time. Denise, no, you missed the last chat. Was the phone with SS? Was on the phone for an hour. Did not receive an answer. Oh, they told you you'd need an appointment to get an answer? Like you have to make a separate phone appointment to get an answer, or you have to go in? What sense does that even make? They don't have the right people on the phone? And yay for finishing to Britta. Yep. What's not to love about Mockingbird? You're about an hour in and you forgot how much you liked it. Scout's narration is brilliant. So many big words for her first time. You know what I found weird about her narration? It was that she's narrating this all as an adult, looking back on her childhood. But if that's the case, her thoughts about her childhood never move beyond age 9. And then what's not to like about it is the derogatory language, the townspeople, the fact that, you know, it, there's a lot. There's a lot I don't like about it that I don't think is that well done. And then there's other things about it that do work well. But I found her narration, I found the narrative voice odd and not well done. And one of the comparisons I made was to A Christmas Story by Jean Shepherd. Alex and I have been talking about that and how you have Christmas Story with Ralphie, if you guys have seen the movie, where you have the same situation, an adult narrating what happened in his childhood, but when you get to the prose narration, you never forget that he's an adult talking about this. And so he self-edits and including language, right? It's like fudge. And he makes it very clear that's not what I said, but I'm going to self-edit myself. But he keeps in there how he saw it as a child, but you never forget that that's how he saw it as a child. Whereas the way it's narrated in To Kill a Mockingbird, there's times where you forget that she's an adult saying these things. And so then when you're like, wait, you're an adult telling us this. Why are you still acting like you still believe these things? That's where it gets problematic for me. And I could give examples, but I won't here. Grace, 71% into you again. Lovely. Kristen says hello to Denise. Denise forgot where you left off, but made it to page 818. Ooh, nice job. Christina says hi to Doug. Britta's still reading the Dorothy Sayers translation. Okay, but you won't continue with her for Purgatory. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, that's fair. Yeah, because I know you were not loving it. Time for Murder definitely comes as a pun in the title, right? You'll be reading a novel love story. Nice. View of Golden. You're trying to look it up. Just keep repeating it in the comments, Kelly. It's fine. Sophia got the laundry in. Oh, thanks for that reminder. And got some rooms reset and picked up your book. Nice. Denise loved My Friends and gave it 5 stars. Ooh, that's very promising. Amy's going to attempt to write a piece for your Substack. Okay, you've been in a writing slump lately. Oh, okay. I hope that works out for you, Amy, and that you get through your slump. Oh, Christina got the bed made. There you go. And yeah, remember to hydrate, feed yourself, check the laundry, take meds, stretch, show love to the like button, sub, ring the bell, subscribe, all those things. Whoops, I'm now just skipping things. And you like the prose, but it sounds like a mystery. Oh, I think it is, isn't it? I've forgotten what it's about now. You have to go in person. Oh my gosh, why, Denise? Why? I'm sorry. Lisa's glad you're glad to be able to enjoy being outside. Yeah, looking forward to blue skies, black woods too. Yay! I know it's been such a hot summer that I'm glad for the slightly cooler weather. Yeah, yeah. Though I love the hot weather. I think I didn't appreciate the hot weather as much because I really wanted to go to the beach, and our beach is still flooded. So it's just not happening this summer. So now I'm like, okay, well, if I can't go to the beach, then cool weather, here we come. Mickey didn't read anything, but got a few loads of laundry done and ate lunch. Nice. Dina, according to Goodreads, Theo Gordon follows a mysterious stranger that arrives in town of Golden. He buys a portrait to return them to the owners. Something like that. Weird. Okay. But I've heard nothing but good things. Koshimama, about an elderly man who comes across some pencil drawings of locals. Oh, okay, and takes it upon himself to purchase and return them to the rightful owners. Full of hope, kindness, and generosity. Ah, sounds nice. Good point on Scouted's narrative voice. You're thinking of Maddie Ross of True Grit. Oh, I'm not familiar with that one. But yeah, like just let me know what you think about it as it continues to go. Like it's not everywhere, but like there's just odd moments where I'm like, wait, I thought you were an adult. Like, why are you writing like you still believe this? Like, I think that the whole book would have been clarified if instead of doing it as her as an adult looking back at her as a child, if it had just been written as Scout as a child. And apparently, if I recall correctly, that's what Harper Lee originally wanted to do, but the publishers convinced her to change it to an adult or something like that, looking back. Or no, maybe that was the whole controversy with the Go Set a Watchman, was in Go Set a Watchman, that was how she wanted to write it, which was Scout as an adult going back to the town. And then the publishers told her to change it to Scout as an adult looking back on childhood. I think that was some of the change. It's all very unclear. Theo sounds perfect. Bump it up your TBR. And Mal, 201 pages into Out of Darkness, trying to gear yourself up for the Sob Fest. Oh no. Oh, it looks nice. Yeah, it is nice in the yard today. It's nice and warm out. I don't know if we'll have any deer. They tend to only come on hot days. I don't know. Chris found To Kill a Mockingbird, the novel and the film, really odd. Something about the tone. Yes, that was off-putting, didn't work for you, and felt there was a real story that was not being told. Yes, that's exactly what it is. And I think it's the tone and the way she narrates the story. I don't think the like adult child thing ever got smoothed out, in my opinion. And like I have multiple examples where I'm like, it doesn't make sense to tell the story in this exact way. And then there's also times where like she's trying to be sarcastic and satirical, but because she's a child, it doesn't make sense. But then it's an adult, but she's not telling it from the adult perspective. So it gets weird at moments, like very weird and sometimes like uncomfortable. How much time is supposed to pass in Mockingbird? Only a few years. Yeah, I think it starts when she's 6 and ends when she's 9. Something in that time frame, because it starts right before she goes into first grade, and at the end, I think she's starting 3rd grade. And Anne gave your friend a copy of Clear, and she thought the prose was amazing. Nice. That's always nice when you find somebody who likes the same things in books as you do. All right. Well, we are going to go into our next sprint. We will be outside this time and probably for one more sprint, and then it's supposed to rain. So Hopefully, I'll move inside before it rains. If not, at some point, I might be like, we're going. Ah! But hopefully that. I'll see you guys in an hour. Happy sprinting. Hello and welcome back. How is everybody's sprint? How did it go for you guys? Mine went well. What did I do during that sprint? I figured out what I'm going to read next. That was part one. And I did switch the laundry as well. That's the less important part. But I did figure out that I can read Fingersmith next and that I can get it on audio. So that is going to be my audiobook for a bit. This is a reread for me. And what do I recall of the book? I recall that it is historical fiction, but that it is very much written in the style of Victorian literature, which I can confirm. Um, the book I have does not actually say on the back what it's about. So that's all I recall. And then the intro and the introduction to my audiobook apparently had a little blurb saying what it was about, but I was so confused by that I didn't actually like pay attention and listen. So I might at some point go back and listen to that since that's going to be the only introduction that I have to the book. But so far, what I can say about Fingersmith is that it is about a young girl who is raised as an orphan in Victorian London by, is it, let me get their name right, by the Suxby family. And she has taken well care of them. She is a cute little girl, and they are a family of thieves, and they help thieves. And really, they're a family that sells the things that people steal. And she is kind of like the spoiled one of the family. Her mother was also a thief who got caught. And so the Suxbys have raised her, and now she's getting close to age. And a gentleman has just come in and has some sort of arrangement that he wants to get the family involved in. That's going to heavily involve the young lady, whose name I think is Sarah, just like the author. No, Sue. Sorry. And so he has a proposal for Sue, which of course they joke at, like, oh, he wants to marry her, but he means he literally has something to propose to her. And I think, if I recall correctly from what the little audiobook blurb really quickly said, is that she ends up with a crisis of conscience. But I don't know if that's true. I've got a ways to go. It's a nice chunky book. I do have the physical edition in this very nice floppy paperback. So my intention is to listen to this and use this as my audiobook while I'm reading my physical book, a different book. And then when I finish my physical read, I'll probably go and finish this book physically. Does that make sense? Let me explain what my other book is. So my other book that I'm going to be physically reading is Kokoro. I have it here. And so that's going to be my physical read for now. And what I was trying to say is when I finish this book, then I will for sure finish Fingersmith, but probably physically since I'm listening to it on audiobook. Anyway, I'm going to be listening to this on audio and physically reading it. Who cares? Whatever. But during the next sprint, I will move us back inside because I'm getting closer to the time where it's supposed to actually finally start raining. But I think we have enough time to go through our little break here and chitter chat for a little bit. And I've chitter chatted for a long bit, so let me start getting to your comments. Doug thought Clear was really well written, and the ending twist was just a bit too much. Oh, interesting. And Anne wants to know, Doug, if you've read this other Eden. You like stories of people living on islands being displaced. And Courtney went to run errands by Courtney. Clears on Regina's TBR, and she'll be reading it soon. Amelia, some tasks got in the way. Okay, but you're back to reading, picking up your buddy read, same as it ever was. Nice. And trying to eat ice cream, but needs it to soften a little bit. I like mine melty, so. Sue's working on updating your book journals. Hello, Casey. How are you? You're working on more pages for your reading journal. Sounds good. And then you're going to Christine. Nice. Britta is not feeling Dante. I get that. Switch to reading your biography of Anna Cedars. Nice. Hey, Teresa. How are you? You had a busy morning. Doctor, store, library, and then home and lunch. Okay. You bought one of those. Oh, the mini brands that she was showing. Oh, that's so funny. It's fun. 3 books inside, plus little extras. And Jim got one as well. Yep. I have not gotten any, but I've seen them around. Oh, did I have an angry look on my face? That's so funny. I think it's just because it's really bright here. And I was just really concentrating and thinking about what was being said. Read 2 chapters of My Friends, and the narration's cracking Dina up. It describes a character as wearing pants so tight it looks like his butt has his own butt. Okay, I guess so. Deeply focused. Yes, that's what was happening. You've wanted to read Fingersmith. I can definitely see why people suggest this as historical fiction for people who like Victorian lit. The writing style very much reminds me of Charles Dickens. And in the opening, they talk about Oliver Twist. So I think that's kind of funny. Your daughter makes the same face when she's thinking, oh, see, then, And Teresa wants to know, Dina, if you've read Fingersmith, you're curious about the writing. It's really good. Like, it reads a lot like Dickens. I'm very impressed right off the bat. And I'm already interested and engaged. Like, I want to know what's happening and where it's going. There was a lot happening. And I was like, okay, like, where is this going? What's happening? And yeah, but it's fun. And the audiobook of it is really fun too. Anita's having some lunch. You read about 3 chapters. Very nice. Amy, you did it. You wrote most of your article. Yay! Since you write about picture books, you were able to write about your bookish birthday goodies. Nice. And 72% for Grace. Grace, you are killing it today. Kelly finished the video edit. Yes, nice job. Need to make a thumbnail and upload it so you can eat your late lunch next sprint and get some reading done. Nice. Amy's do the finishing touches and folding laundry. Kelly loved Fingersmith. I can see why. Like, I already think I'm really going to enjoy that. And I'm really hoping this will be the case. I was about to call you Kokoro, Dina. I'm really hoping that I will like this book. I also like the way this was written so far. This is the September book club pick for my book club. I'm staying just barely ahead of you guys. Amelia finished the chapters for your buddy read, also made some progress in your current nonfiction, The Existentialist Cafe. That sounds great. Let me know how that ends up going. Denise read 21 pages, loaded the dishwasher. Your son came over to work in the garage. And your granddaughter's fishing. Everybody's having a good time. You talked with them for a bit before they left on page 839. Amelia read a short story collection by Anne Seegers lately. Nice. Tony, good evening. How are you? Oh no, it's stormy where you are. I'm sorry to hear that. You're so happy you'll be able to join. I am too. You're reading, Remarkably Bright Creatures. Nice. I hope you enjoy it. And Amelia Britta wants to know which one you read. And that's okay. Britta also reads German. Lisa finished meal prep, made fruit salad, noticed bananas going soft. Ooh, banana bread. And now you're ready to read. Yummy with your banana bread. That sounds delightful. Und habt ihr den etwa keine Trauma? And yeah, I'm not going to get that. You have something, otherwise small trauma? Small dream? No, that's not right. I'm like, no, that's not right. Oh my gosh. Well, very good. Well, I hope you enjoyed it, at least. Your a little read there. All right, we're going to go into our next sprint. I'm going to move us outside. It's getting sunny, even though it's supposed to start raining. I don't know. We'll see. But either way, it's getting hot in the sun, and my allergies are like, yeah, that's enough, Nicole. Go inside now. So I'm going to put my audiobook back on while I move us inside, and then I'm going to start Kokoro, which I'm really excited about. And Denise loved Remarkably Bright Creatures. Always nice to know that somebody else likes it. And yeah, sorry it was for you. Yeah. Oh, yeah, no worries. Yes, I appreciate it. Oh, the ants are on the move. No, they're getting bold. Stay away. No, we're not. You're not coming inside with us. Go back. All right, I'll see you guys in an hour. Happy sprinting. Hello and welcome back. How was everybody's sprint? I think I got caught up in my book and was trying to finish another chapter, but clearly didn't time that well. And I've been reading Kokoro. I did start that. I did get to chapter 2 in the audiobook of Fingersmith. And I think I'm really going to like that on audiobook. I think I'm going to like it in general. Like I said, I think it is a reread for me, and I recall liking it before, but remember nothing about the book. But I think it's going to be a book that's exciting to listen to audio on audiobook, so that's fun. And let's bring you down a little bit. And then I moved this inside, and of course my computer was like, you thought. And it's weird because this is the second time this has happened, and I think both times it's happened when I've moved back inside. But the part that's weird about it is that both times it's not like I've lost internet connection. Both times my computer's been like, and like does something totally crazy and almost shuts off, but not really. So I don't know if it's the change in humidity, but there's definitely something about moving like from outside to inside right now during summer that my computer's just not having. So I might have to wait until the weather's cooler and then we can start trying that jazz again. But I also think the allergens are really bad. So it may just also be the dust and stuff. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. But sorry about that if you looked up and like there was nothing but my book left on the screen. And thank you for hanging in there. So I'm liking Fingersmith so far. Like I'm like not even out of the exposition of Kokoro, so I'm just like figuring out what's happening. Um, it's a young man on vacation at the beachside. He has met this person that he insists on calling sensei. Something about the person he just really feels drawn to, and he's like trying to strike up a friendship with this person because he just is interested in learning more about them. And sensei's like, yeah, hey, like really not reciprocating, and this young man can't figure out why. And yeah, so that's about how far I've gone. He's now like back in Tokyo at university and has forgotten that he said he was going to go and try and visit Sensei, but now he's remembered, and now Sensei is basically like not showing up, and he's like, "What's going on?" Let's see here. I think I've kind of lost our place. Nope, I haven't. I found it. When we left, Denise was saying that, oh, yeah, we did read this, that Remarkably Bright Creatures was awesome. And yep, knew that Britta could read it, was positive in me. Doug was saying to Anne, you're not familiar with Paul Harding. Sue read 2 stories in Trash Tales. Oh, isn't that is that the Garbogist like story collection? Is that what that one is? Silky, the book cover for the audio version of Fingersmith is dope. Really, it's of an enigmatic looking lady dressed. Oh yeah. I have that same one. Yeah, it looks really interesting. So, and then I was like, sorry, no idea what's happening. Hey, Jamie. Yes, I am back. It's good to see you. Thanks for joining. Amberly, you missed the chat. Oh, you've been at your wheel. Fun times. And hellos going around to Jamie. And Mickey, you did too. Oh, you've been really into this audio editing for work. You're loving every second of it, right? Jamie's finishing up your arc of Palace at the End of the Sea. Ooh, also started Night Terminus. Sounds good. And hellos from Jamie to friends. And Doug was saying hi to Regina. Brace yourself when you get to clear. It's good, but probably not what you're expecting. Ooh, okay. Good heads up there. Doug was saying to Casey, you haven't read Christina in a million years. It's the OG for car guys. You're out in your garage right now trying to sort out some electrical gremlins. Be careful. Take care. And Simon Tolkien as in JRRT. Yeah, that's what I was wondering too. Like relative relation, like what's going on with the name. And thought Clear was magnificently written with a good storyline. Doug just read Cattle Kingdom. He makes references to displaced Irish of Ivor and John's time. I got you all worried about Boo Radley. You forgot to ask me about Julia. Oh, yeah, you finished it a few days ago. What did you think of Room 101? I thought that was like a really interesting twist. Like, I remember Room 101 from 1984, and I thought it was interesting how people were involved in it in Julia. I'll say it that way. I wasn't expecting that. And just added it to your wish list. Noah, hello, back from the vet with your dog. Went for a short walk, ate dinner, sprint basically doom scroll to eternity. Now back to reading before bed. Fair enough. Hey, Paulina, how are you doing? You loved Smith. You read it last year. Oh my gosh, so many good like things. I'm excited. And was saying you just got a notification that your bind up copy of all three books on Regeneration should be here on Saturday. Nice. I'm really looking forward to seeing what you think, Anne. I think it's like great and horrible and crazy and good all at the same time. Like, depending on whether I'm talking about content, writing style, that kind of thing. Sophia read 2 chapters. We'll be working on a late lunch and cleaning the floors next sprint. Nice. Amberly, no reading. That sprint covered the garden and made lunch. Nice. Nina read about 5 chapters. Denise talked to your sister on the phone and read 25 pages. Kelly ate lunch, uploaded your video. Yay, good job. Watched 2 booktube videos. Nice. Which ones? And you'll read the next sprint. Jamie got to 68% in her book. Fingersmith is not your favorite. Oh, okay, not your favorite Sarah Waters. I have heard other people like others of her books. And The Night Watch is your favorite of hers. Interesting. I feel like a lot of people would either say Fingersmith or Tipping Velvet. So, what do you like the best about The Night Watch? But you did let the twist that leads into the second half of the story. Okay. I'll be keeping an eye out. Hey, Patricia, you loved Fingersmith as well. Enjoyed the movie. I didn't realize there was a movie. You're making good progress in Resurrection. Yay. Enjoying it so far. It is sad. Yeah. It is not like uplifting, heartwarming, like sweet story. It is kind of like a, oh. Yeah, I hear you there. So, but I'm glad you're enjoying it. I'm looking forward to talking about it. Diana switched to audiobook The Voyage Out by Virginia Woolf, 70% in. Amberly's only read The Little Stranger and you liked it. You have Affinity on your shelves. I'm like kind of kicking myself, guys, because at one point I had managed to haul a whole bunch of Sarah Waters' works. And I was just like, oh, I don't really love historical fiction. I don't know if I'm really going to like her, but and I got them for like, I don't know, like 50 cents or something like that at the oldies bookstore that I go to all the time. And I was like, if I ever want them, I'll be able to get them back. And then I moved. I should have rebought them then. They were literally like 50 cents. Like the copy I have over there of Fingersmith, I'm pretty sure it says 49 cents on the back because they're like historical fiction, whatever. 85%. Grace, are you going to finish today? You're moving along. And okay, it's the Garbagus anthology. That's what I thought. That's what I thought. How's it going? How's the trash? And you need to straighten up in your office. You have too many books pulled off the shelves. Story of my life. Actually, right now I'm doing pretty good. There's very few books off my shelf in the current moment. So, yay me. All right, we're going to go back into a sprint. I am going to sit here and read for a little bit and then probably get up and do my leg stretches at some point. And I think that's my plan. So happy sprinting to all of you. And it's already 4 o'clock. Where is the day going? That's what I really want to know. And my laundry is done, and I'm wondering if I should throw a load of something else in it. It's good so far. Okay, only read 4 stories. Okay. If you're still liking it though after 4 stories, I feel like that's a win. So good on that. All right, I'm gonna go back to Kokoro, and I will see you guys in an hour. Hello and welcome back. How did everybody's sprint go? Mine went well. I made it to, I was about to say page 16, chapter 16 in my book, though the chapters are very short. Almost all of them are 2 pages long because I'm only on page 32. So you can do the math. And yeah, the book is going well, but man, I have hit a wall. I am suddenly like, I could take a nap right now. Um, and it's too late in the day to take a nap. So I finally just had to like get up and walk around. And that helped for about 30 seconds. So then my husband's texting me like, I'm tired. And I'm like, same. Neither of us slept well last night. So now we're both just like, so hopefully that'll pass as it sometimes does, where it's like you have that evening melanin. I think turning the lights off in this room was like a mistake, and I'm now paying for it with an extra dose of sleepiness. So that is what's going on. I think I now have the hiccups as well. Monday's the fastest day of the week. I agree, and it goes by in a blur. Gee, hello. Oh, you paused Stoner to save it for colder months. Interesting. It's set in a cold setting? Because if so, like I could get that. Especially now that it's not super hot out anymore. You started your Women in Translation month TBR on calculation of volume, human acts, and cockroaches. Oh, no cockroaches. Is anybody else doing books for Women in Translation? What are you doing? Sue's bouncing all over the place. Yeah, I remember you said you had a whole bunch of books to read today, too. Oh, but you're doing things other than bookish things, watching videos, jigsaw puzzles, lunch. Now back to reading. Oh gosh, choosing her mates. That's hilarious. Well, I hope you're having fun with all of it. Britta read 2 chapters in the biography and then finished Susan Abu Hawa's novel, The Blue Between Sky and Water. Beautiful and heartbreaking. Oh. And Anne wants to know, Britta, if you are judging the fun. Oh, the final round. Oh, of the BookTube prize. Oh, are you a judge this year, Britta? That's always fun. Paulina, gotta go to therapy. You're very welcome. I hope it goes well. Have a wonderful time. Angie was, how many locks do I have? Oh, at one point I kind of knew. At this point, I have no idea. I couldn't even tell you. What kind of locks are you thinking of getting done? What size? Tell me the details. Sorry if I don't seem like super excited. I'm just battling sleepiness. But that is exciting. Will this be your first time getting your hair locked? Tell me all the details. What are you thinking? Meg's stolen tongue is pretty scary. Oh no. You keep thinking it's over, but you have another hour left. Oh, and you're listening to it? Oh, gosh. I feel like that would make it even worse. Like scary wise. Denise took a shower, read 10 pages on page 874. What are you reading again, Denise? Your book is huge. Hey, Gary, how are you? Hope you're having a good day. 30 pages of Kingdom of the Cursed. Ooh, nice. Fantasy, I'm guessing. Nani, hello. Just read 3 pages. 8 came back from work. I hope work was good. Know you're trying to limit the sad girl summer reads. Okay. Oh yeah. I think you mentioned that in like uh a comment on one of the videos or something. That's right. I forgot. We've had this conversation, limiting the sad girl summer reads. Nani, into an hour, you're going back to work. Oh gosh, you are doing some true adulting there. Oh, well, rest while you can. Amelia's almost done with a poetry collection by Andrea Gibson. It's just wonderful. You're sad to hear about her passing. Yes, it's always sad when we lose someone so talented. I mean, it's sad when we lose anyone, let's be honest. You like it, Nani? Of course, some days being an art teacher with kids is kind of hard, but not every day. Yeah. Oh, so relaxed to hear me. Oh, it is interesting. Like right now, there's sort of a mystery going on with the sensei. Like there's something that's deeply bothering him. probably having to do with someone who's passed away. But like it seems like it's something that has made Sensei, as he has basically put it, hate himself. And it's deeply affecting his life and thoughts and philosophy in life. And I'm curious to know what it is. Kelly made it to page 377 of 685. Oh no, you can't stop crying. Oh no. Oh, it's wrenching at your heartstrings, pulling on them. Amelia, you're reading Women in Translation all year, so you don't have a plan to. So you don't have to plan some big changes in your reading for August. Yeah, same. I was like, am I gonna need to specifically find someone? And then I looked and I was like, nope, I don't. So that was good. But I like being mindful of it. Maybe I can highlight it. Denise, the Prince of Tides. Oh, that's right. I didn't realize it was that long, Denise. Maybe that's why I forgot. Because I was like, she must be reading something else. Because I definitely had that thought earlier when you started talking about your page count. Wow. Sister Lux. Okay. Everyone who has the fullness you want is in the 300 range. You have a big head and leg, so you don't know if you want to part with your coin for the first appointment. Oh, I hear you there. Well, if it helps to know how many you have, like despite what anybody will tell you, is really dependent on your own thickness of hair and how much hair you have on your head. Like both how thick each strand is, but also how much density there is in an area. And I can say this, like I have fine hair, but my hair is really thick. Like I have a lot of hair on my actual head. And I actually have less hair on my head than I did 10 years ago. And my sister-in-law consultant was happy about that because usually by the time anyone gets to this part of my hair, even when I was doing it straight, they'll be like, you have a lot of hair. When I was younger, my friend called it my lion's mane because that's what it looked like when my hair was straight. Like I just have, it's fine. So I could pull it back into a tiny little bun, but there is a ton of it. Um, so the reality is, and I have a good friend who's a consultant, and that's what she said. She was like, people are going to talk about numbers. And she was like, just know you can't truly control the numbers. But she says she has met people who will make you think you can. I don't know if that helps. And also they blossom over time and they get thicker than they start. Average one a month, but like to use August to be more intentional than normal. Yeah, I think that's what a lot of people do. Hey, Robin, how are you? Ooh, you baked muffins and have blueberry buckle in the oven. I bet your house smells great right now. Can we come over, have some coffee or tea and muffins? Going to pick up City of Nightbirds until you have to pull it out. Isn't that a horror novel? That sounds so funny. Like horror with your blueberry buckle. I could be wrong. Oh, you're judging the nonfiction. Nice. Got it. Good advice. You have the same hair. Okay, yeah. So then that will definitely impact it. So you'll probably have like what I do, where like depending on how my hair is styled, you'll always be able to see my roots pretty well because my hair is pretty fine. Um, but it will look full like this. And I haven't even like curled my locks. Like this is just how they grow out of my head. Like this side's kind of flat. I really need to like put a little crimp in there, braid it, something. One of these days when I care. Denise is reading the ebook on your computer. Oh, 906 pages. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I mean, it's still a long book. I'm surprised. I just didn't realize it was that long. So, because you did say Prince Tides earlier, and then ever since then, you've been saying these huge page numbers, and I'm like, what else is she reading? And you've loved watching my locks grow. So have I. It has been a journey. It's been fun, right? You're done talking about hair now. That's fine. It's fine. It's fine. We're all relaxing. We're just having a wonderful evening here. Hopefully, everybody is enjoying their reads, whatever they are working on. Yeah. So, we're going to go into another sprint. Maybe I need to turn the lights back on in here so like I don't end up falling asleep. Because yeah, I'm I'm relaxed. Anyway, let's go into our next sprint. I will see you guys in an hour. Don't be sorry. I know we do talk about everything. That is right, Kelly. We talk about everything during the breaks, and we'll talk about more stuff when we get back to the next break. So for now, I will see you all. Oh, look, our timer's not even set correctly. Nobody told me. Because I was like, how are we already down to 40 minutes? And it's because like it got set wrong when it shut down and all that stuff. I'll fix it. I'll fix it. Give me a second here. Let's just, there we go. Now we have a full hour. Okay, I'll see you in an hour, guys. Happy sprinting. Hello and welcome back. Then that sprint went so fast. How is everybody's reading going, or work, or whatever you're doing? Mine is going well. I am now on chapter 27 in my book, and I'm really enjoying it. There's something quiet and peaceful, yet there's a mystery of sorts going on. Really nice character study, well paced, and yeah, there are just moments in the writing that I'm really finding lovely, and I'm curious. I'm curious about the message that's being shared. I'm curious about what's going on with Sensei. I'm wondering if any of it's going to be uncovered. And in the meantime, my son has decided to make soup, so I was helping him, being his little sous chef and cutting up his vegetables for him while he got that going. Just a simple vegetable soup. And so, yeah, that should be tasty. Looking forward to that because I ate the leftovers from yesterday. And so he was like, well, it's practically dinner time. Let's make soup. And I was like, soup? Okay. So that's what we did there. And let's see what you guys have gotten up to. Let's see. And with your joyful carrots, takes 5 pages to describe a walk that takes 15 minutes. Sounds about right. If you come to Arizona, you can come for coffee and tea. Oh, nice. There you go. City of Nightbirds is a Reese pick. Oh, Russian ballet Litvik. Oh, okay. Not what I was thinking at all. And the description that Anne gave would drive Kelly crazy. Long descriptions of nothing important. That's not your jam, Kelly. I hear you. I'm not always for that either. Doug was wondering, Britta, how many books does each judge have to read? Ooh, good question. And Amelia's currently already reading 2 in translation, so you might end up with at least 5. Nice. And one day G plans on getting there and wants to know if Amelia has a nonfiction favorite. And there's 6 books in each round. Okay, and there's 4 rounds. Is that right? Kelly got in the shower and crusted page 400 in Wrath. Nice. Hey, Amy, you just finished Can You Solve the Murder? Ooh, it was fun, like an adult choose your own adventure. Very nice, and congrats on finishing. So, did you solve the murder? That's the question, right? Hopefully so. Hey, Sarah, how are you? Super behind on editing. Oh no. So, working on a video. Well, I hope you catch up on editing. And Denise finished Prince of Tides. Yay! Okay, need time to reflect before rating it. That's fair. That is fair. This went by so quickly. Yes, it did. I'm with you there. For sure. Amberly got the bob and you were working on finished. Yay! You'll be back to reading during the next sprint. Nice. Mickey finished work. Yay! Lots of finishing going on. Books and bobbins and work. Read a few children's books. Always on the lookout for books for your nephew. Oh, nice. Went back to your nonfiction audiobook. Nice. Hope you're enjoying it. Percival Everett makes judging a big book prize a very fun, funny plot point of his erasure. Oh, I did not know that. That's interesting. But I could see that based on what erasure is about. And Fox is interesting. You're trying to figure out how it's going to come together. Well, that is the question, isn't it, Anne? Because there's like a bit of a mystery in there, isn't there? From what I recall. To anyone who likes poetry, Amelia would recommend You Better Be Lightning. Ooh, it made you so emotional. Ooh, that sounds good. I don't read a ton of poetry, but I want to dabble my fingers into some more. Erasure is hilarious, and the movie is as well. I really want to see the movie. I've been very hit or miss with Percival Everett's books. I think really with one of them, just because I went into it thinking it was going to be one thing, and it turned out it was something else, and then I was like, oh. But I do still want to maybe try Erasure. I'm not sure. And Sarah has Erasure on her shelf. So excited to pick it up. You loved the trees. See, that was the one that I was like, nah, but I didn't realize it was going to be crime. So that may have been part of what was right. Like, I didn't even realize that there was like a murder or a death in the book at all. So that was probably my fault. I don't know what I thought the book was going to be about, but then I was very confused. Nancy took a long walk, did some errands, chipping away at several books. Definitely not a monogamous reader. That's totally fine. Oops. Kelly loved erasure, made you laugh and scream in frustration. It's pulling out all the emotions. Ooh, and you're reading James next month. Very different book, but hopefully you will enjoy it. Mickey loved the trees as well. The tree's also not at all what you expected, but you kind of loved it for that. Nice. I was just confused. I think I literally spent like the first quarter of the book trying to realign my expectations, and I don't know that I ever succeeded. So I really blame it more on me than the book or Percival Everett. And Mickey wants to read Erasure next. And Kelly was saying the same as Nancy. You read at least 3 books at once. It keeps you reading when your ADHD isn't cooperating. Yeah, see, it's not like freedom in reading. Do what works for you. I usually have a couple of books going at the same time, but I find what I like the best is having like a physical book and an audio book going at the same time. That seems to be what like my jam is, what works for me, that kind of deal. And Anne read Caucasia and Colored Television. Yeah. And how did you like them? Did you enjoy them? I've heard good things about both. I have Caucasia on my shelves. I'm interested in Colored Television, but I'm just trying to stop buying books by the same author before I've read one of their books. So I'm refusing to let myself buy Colored Television. Sarah's saying, "Oh wow, and didn't realize that his wife also writes." Yeah, she does, and she's a pretty well-known author in her own right. So, yeah, you've got to check it out. In fact, both of her books were nominated for some pretty major awards. She hasn't won yet, but she's been up there. And Doug was asking Britta, but you could write up some wonderful urban fiction under a pseudonym. Ooh. In the finals, you only have one to read one book. Okay. And the other 5 in the previous rounds. Yes. Okay. 4 rounds. Okay. That's what I thought. Hey, Emily. How are you? Erasure was really good. Fave of the 3 read. Oh, the movie is good, though definitely is something that needs to be read before the movie is viewed. Okay. That's good to know. Then I will wait because I was thinking, oh, maybe I could watch the movie first, but no. Okay. She is very interesting. Good to know. And you write crime under a pseudonym. Dun, dun, dun. Oh my gosh, yeah. But and how have you judged the BookTube prize before, Britta? Has anybody else thought about doing it? I know Jamie was thinking about doing it. What, next year, Jamie? Anybody else think about doing it? I think that would be pretty cool. Britta Doug thinks you rock. Anne's favorite book is Colored Television. Okay, that's your favorite of hers, of the 2. And you've read both, right, Anne? I'm assuming, since you have a favorite, you have to have something to compare it to. So I'm going to go back to reading my book, and I'm probably going to check in and see how this soup is going and make sure those potatoes are actually cooked. If you know, you know. And I'm on page 56. This is actually reading extremely quickly. Like I said, like there's a whole bunch of I don't think there's a single chapter that's longer than 2 pages, and almost every single one is exactly 2 pages long, which is making me wonder if each chapter is actually the same number of words or something along those lines. Sarah, you judged around 2 years ago. That's so fun. That's so tempting too. I'm so tempted to give it a try, but then I'm like, I don't want somebody else telling me what to do. And would love to be invited to cocktails at their house, right? How interesting would that be? Fly on the wall. Kristen's only 10 pages left. Ooh, almost done. Should be good to go. And Christina, you read a whole chapter. Yay! You made progress. All right. And there's our reminders as we go. And I will see you guys in an hour. Happy sprinting. Hello and welcome back. I finally figured out why I keep getting scared every time we come back and being like, oh my gosh. It's because I had turned up the sound when we were outside and forgot to turn it back down. So, how did everybody's sprint go? Mine went really well. Lost my book, found it. I have now made it to the end of part one. I'm on page 76 in my book, and it's going well. And we've definitely gotten a hint that things are going to be revealed. And I now have a sense of like, what is the issue? And I'm kind of shocked at like where Sensei has gone with like this whole issue that we haven't even had fully explained. But now the student is going to a different location. And so I'm wondering how this is all going to be resolved. I have my hypothesis as to like what I think the issue is and where this is going, but then there's enough foreshadowing of other things that I'm now wondering if something else is going to happen and that I just like missed it and now I get it. I don't know. I don't know. And then in the last couple of minutes, because I didn't want to start in the middle of part two knowing I was going to finish. So as we go into our last sprint, because this next sprint will be our last sprint, I'm going to take time and write up some quick notes for when I go and do some quick book reviews or do book reviews. I don't know that they'll be quick, but when I do the book reviews. So I'm going to write my notes for those. So that's what I'm going to be doing in the last sprint. Let's see how things went for you guys and what your plans are going into the last sprint. I don't know how it's the last sprint. Oh, and we did have dinner. We had the soup. My husband brought home some French bread, and that soup was good. It was like just a very, very, very simple vegetable soup that was just like potatoes, onions, carrots, and celery, and some broth. Like that's all it was. But apparently that hit the spot. And we had that with some French bread and called it a night. Amelia was a judge. For the first 3 years, and then you stopped. Okay. How did you like it? Why did you stop? Just like, commitment. Da-da-da. And Bretta, you've been a judge from the start. This is your 7th year. I did not realize that. Good on you. Way to keep it going. When is the prize announced? Let us know. And you had this conversation with friends. If you could invite an author, dead or alive, to dinner, who would it be? Yeah, who would I invite, Anne? I've answered this question before. But who do you think I would invite? Anne or anyone else? And why? That's the true test of how much attention you've been paying, if you know the reason why. Emily would invite Robin Hobb or Ellen Montgomery. I originally read that as Robin Hood, and I was like, really? Lisa, you're very welcome. Glad to have you here, and I'm glad you got some reading done too. And Emily got home from errands, popping right in, sat in a coffee shop and read 50 pages. That sounds nice. Came home and rested. Oh no, not the rain headache. I get those too. Ordered dinner, Buffalo Wild Wings. Yum. Good night, Britta. I know. I was like, you're up tonight. Have a good night. Sleep well. Have a great week. Sarah. Oh, yeah. Robin Hobb's a good pick. You would maybe go with her too. Oh, you can't think of who else you'd want to meet, right? That's such a fun idea. And Dina made a gluten-free, dairy-free lasagna. Ooh, yay. It's always nice when the family loves it. Rocky theme song plays. Yes, exactly. And now you get to read. That's right. Switched over. Oh, to Boy's Life. How is that? I've seen that around. A nice chunky book. And Millie, hello, good evening. You feel like you've missed so many lives, but you're here and reading. Razorblade Tears, nice. Well, I'm glad you could make it today. Nice to have you here. Ooh, and listening to jazz. You're having a moment. Enjoy. And just finished dinner. Your wife brought home barbecue chicken wings and tenders plus salad. Yum. She hooked you up. Sarah made a lot of progress in editing. Yay. So hopefully you'll be able to finish this video tomorrow. Yay. But now you have to run to the grocery store before game night. Oh, you're welcome. Have fun for your game night. And Doug said good night to Britta. Thanks for stopping by. Doug said hi to Millie. You read All the Sinners Bleed and was pleasantly surprised. And you like S.A. Cosby. Amelia, yes, I was going to say you're also still here. You don't want to stop reading. Oh, good night, Amelia. Have a great week. Millie was saying that one's up next for you. Nice. Kelly recorded an update, put on makeup for your stream, and made it to page 427. Nice. Is your stream starting later than usual, Kelly? No, I guess it's usually 7:30. And Dina, you're so curious to think what I see. Wow. See what I think of Kokoro when I'm finished. I am too, because right now I have like suspicions of where this is going to go, but now I'm not sure. And then if it goes in one direction, I'm like, oh no. I don't know. I just don't even know. And Kelly's motivated to finish tonight, but it's imperative that you go to bed on time. So fate will decide. That sounds good. And you know what? I think I know where this is going. Oh my gosh. I'm just realizing I think I know where this is going. Oh, Kelly's sprints are at 8. Okay, thank you, Christina. Denise just started Monstrilio. Oh, strange. It seems like it would be strange. Charles Dickens because of David Copperfield. You are right on the author, but not on the reason, surprisingly. Chris is judging the nonfiction category this year. Fun. And Christina says hello. Chris says hello. Mickey's only read one more chapter. Okay. Move to another nonfiction, the one that never ends, spillover. And then to an arc called The Game Changers. That's a fun title. You're enjoying the story and the characters in the boy's life. Oh, it's not very literary, but an engaging story. Okay, that's fair. That's good to know. Chris is reading NetGalley Arc. It's fine. One of those books that feels long. Okay, you'll read and read and read, and you'll check the percentage. You've only read 2%. No, not that. That's the worst, Chris. Amelia stopped because it was too U.S. centered for you. Oh, and they also didn't have the resources to hold up the fiction and translation category. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, and I could see that even just with the general content. That makes a lot of sense. Good night to Amelia. And hey, Atia, how are you doing? How's the day? I loved playing puzzles on your channel the other day. Kristen finished Deep Cuts. Yay! And you're going to start Resurrection in the last sprint. Nice. Oh, no. I know. I can tell it's going to be like a total spoiler. And that's all I can say about what I think is going to happen. And Christina says, hello to Tia. Diana, you should finish the voyage out tonight. Enjoyed sprinting. Have a good night, Diana. I know, Amelia, you're still here. But then when we go back to the sprint, you're going to leave. That sounds good. Good night to Diana. Chris, you think that often people vote for the topic rather than the quality of the book in the nonfiction category. I could see that. People being like, oh, that sounds interesting, and not like how well the book is. Interesting. And Mickey says goodnight to Amelia as well. It's when they all go for cauliflower smoothie. Spoiler, Chris. How could you tell us the end? And you know what, though? I didn't see that coming. So true, Chris. Yeah, that's clearly how. There's another book that ends the exact same way. Wonder who plagiarized who. There was something that I was going to say. Oh, I know what it was. So I was going to say my reason for it being Charles Dickens that I would have, dinner with as an author would be because I'd be like, Edwin Drood, tell us the end. It doesn't even need to leave the dinner party, but like I need to know. Who did it? How did it? What happened? How were you going to end that book? Like, was it even going to be a mystery? Was he going to come back alive at the end? Like, I need these questions answered. That would be why. Like, I'd throw in a love David Copperfield as well. He's also my favorite child of yours. But before any of that, Edwin Drood, spill the beans. Let us know. It's his unfinished novel, and yeah. if you've read it and it's good, even like not being complete. But then I'm like, what? Like, I've read enough of his books that I'm like, okay, it could be this. But then I feel like I've also read enough of Charles Dickens to be like, but that seems too obvious. Right? You guys have read Edwin Drood? Doesn't the obvious seem too obvious? Like, the line just seems too obvious. Too obvious. I just can't believe that's where the book would have gone. Because there were other things that were thrown out that would have also been obvious. You said in a live stream that Charles Dickens' novel ended when the family went to a drive-in for food. Oh my gosh. You know what? You deserve that. Were you dying laughing as they're yelling at you? Yep, they went to the drive-in. Like, at that point, I would have been like, have you read any of the book yet? Now you really think that's how it ended? Oh my gosh. Or maybe they just read the first part and they're like, well, the book ends with, and then they didn't want to read the rest. They were like, no, why would you say that? And they were like, oh, wait a minute. Because I've done that to you before. When you've been like, the book ends with, and I'm like, no, don't tell me. You got yelled out for spoiling Hamilton the music when you asked if you got done at the end. Well, if you don't know history, or you don't know US history, I mean, history is a spoiler for some, Kelly. Sad but true. I think that's pretty obvious nowadays. There are lots of surprises that come up in history nowadays. You could take virtually any should be well known fact, and people would be like, why are you ruining it, Kelly? Spoiling the end. I was waiting for like 1940 to come around to figure out what happened. Oh my gosh. I didn't know who won the Civil War. Like, geez, just tell me all the things. Wasn't North and South by Elizabeth Gaskell unfinished? No, it has an end. I think it was Wives and Daughters, wasn't it? I think Wives and Daughters is partially unfinished. Because North and South is definitely finished. Wives and Daughters, only one chapter wasn't wrapped up. Okay. Yeah, it was. So, correct author. It was not Ruth Gaskell, Elizabeth Gaskell. I was about to say Anne Gaskell. We're getting it all wrong now. We should stop while we're ahead, guys. It's just going downhill. Oh my gosh. Yeah, it was Wives and Daughters. I did recently find that. All these authors not finishing these books, dying, and different things like that. Gosh. Yeah, you had the right author, though. You knew it was Elizabeth Gaskell. Yeah, and it wasn't a mystery, so less of a big deal. True, good point, because you kind of know where things are going. Sometimes I wish authors would forget the last chapter. You didn't need that. You could have just ended it the chapter before. But yeah, with Edwin Drood, he had written, I think, what was it? Only like one or two of the 6 parts of the book. Charles Dickens was wordy, and Edwin Drood is only a couple hundred pages, and it was supposed to be closer to 1,000. And there's a lot that we don't know. And I'd be like, start at the beginning. You have Olive Dinner to fill us in. You're gonna read Gaskell next month, Teresa. Ooh, that should be nice. You ruined rain for your daughter when you said you were ashamed Mary lost her head. Again, guys, history is a surprise. You can't be spoiling people by telling them what already happened. All right, let's go into our last sprint. Remember to mind your manners. Don't tell people what happened in history already. They don't know. You're just telling them stuff that they were hoping to find out when they finished the book and not a moment before then. All right, I'll see you guys in an hour. Enjoy the last sprint. Hello and welcome back. How did the last sprint go for everybody? I hope everybody had a good final sprint. And I'm just going to adjust this slightly so you're not seeing the doorway because family will inevitably walk through it. But my final sprint went really well. I did spend part of the time reading Kokoro. I spent part of the time listening to Fingersmith, and did all the things. So, in recap of my day, I started the day finishing To Kill a Mockingbird. I did indeed finish the entire book. So I'll probably spend some time tomorrow preparing for my buddy read discussion. I also will need to update my buddy reader on how that went. And then once I finished that, I started Fingersmith by Sarah Waters, and I'll be listening to this on audiobook until I finish my physical read, which is Kokoro. And I've made really good progress in this. I am on page 96 now in this book. It reads super fast. And in Fingersmith, I have made it to about page 47, and I've got quite a ways to go in this book. It's like 560 some odd pages, but this is also proving to be really entertaining. So I'm really looking forward to these two reads. I think I've got a good reading week ahead of me. And what else? Yeah, it's about to start storming here. So let's wrap it up. If you will, let me go back and see where did we leave off in the comments. Did I mark where we left off in the comments? Let's see. Well, we left off. We were talking about spoilers. I know that. Oh, I'm coming close. And yeah, we were about here. Diana wanted to know, Teresa, which Gaskell you were planning on reading later. And I was curious what other books have been published unfinished. Quite a few, surprisingly. Like I said, Charles Dickens died with an unfinished novel. Diana, you were thinking the same. You know, F. Scott Fitzgerald had an unfinished one. Interesting. And your wife was reading The Idaho 4 by James Patterson. She said she already knew who did it. She said she didn't say why. Doug, good night. You got through almost half of Mockingbird and you're loving it. Many thanks for the reread. You're welcome. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Jean was saying to Anne, Suite Francaise was technically unfinished. Oh, because the author died in Auschwitz. You know what? I did kind of know that. So then how is the book concluded, Jean? Like somebody else finish it for her? Or did she finish it but just not the editing? The Last Tycoon was Fitzgerald's unfinished book. Okay. And that would make an interesting reading project, Diana. It would. Yeah, I knew which novel you were talking about. You can get it in English. Yes, it has been translated, or maybe it was written in English. I don't know, but I've seen it in English. Diana was saying the internet said 13 weren't finished. Ooh, yeah, and by the popular authors that we know. Christina's heading for dinner. Enjoy. You're very welcome. I hope you have a fabulous evening and week as well. Oh, thank you for leaving me up. And here's our final reminder from Christina as you head out, hydrate, feed yourself. I need to check the laundry. Take meds and stretch and boop the like button. And Mickey said goodnight to Doug. Jean, it was published in English in 2004 and turned into a movie. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I love the couches too. It's such a fun color. Andrea, good morning. How was your sleep? Meeting was good. Good. Having coffee and then off for breakfast with a friend. Oh, that sounds fun. Ooh, book shopping. Have a great Tuesday. Silky, you're very welcome. You got 68% through Go Set a Watchman. Oh, wow. And then watched my latest mid-year tag video. Yay. You're very welcome. Have a great day. Dina made a dent in 2 blocks. You're welcome. I'm glad. Atia got to 92%. Good job. Denise decided not to read Monstrilio. Okay, started Mice. Fair enough. Not your thing, huh? Sue lost his dream. Oh no. So you went to the store. Okay. You finished a novella and a short story and made it into more. Nice, Sue. It still worked out. Mickey got about 15% into Game Changers, 10% of audiobook, 2 chapters in Spillover, listen to 2 chapters in Summer. You got a lot done, Mickey. Jean, you think they just left it where she left it. Okay, okay. Mervyn Peake didn't finish his Gorman Gas series. Oh, I didn't know that. And the third one had to be heavily edited. Interesting. The more you know. Jean read it back in 2004, so your memory is not necessarily pulling it fully. Sure, that's cool. We could always find out more. You're very welcome, Mickey. I hope you had a wonderful sprint too and have a great week. You're welcome, Sue. I'm glad you're able to make it back on. His wife wrote a fourth one. Oh, that's always interesting. That's always interesting. Jean, it was a breathtaking book. I've heard people really like it. Kristen only read the first few chapters, but got it started. Well, there you go. That's all that matters. You're at 82% of Phantasm. Great. And Jamie, hi, you just got back in time to say bye. It sounds good. Thanks for stopping back in, Jamie. Thank you for all of you who have been here all day, part of the day, and hello and goodbye to those of you who are lurking. I hope you all have an amazing week. You as well, Denise. And yeah, I look forward to seeing you guys around. I've got different things. Oh, and I totally forgot to mention at all today, I will not be here next week. So for the 27 of you who have stayed until the end, please let everybody else know. I will not be having sprints next week. I will mention it hopefully at the end of my Wednesday and Saturday video. And I'll do a community post. I have family coming into town. My dad is visiting, and they like to be busy and do stuff. So there will be no sprints next week, but I will be having other sprints at other times, probably earlier this week. You think I would love it? I owned it at one point, and it was just a book I never went to, but I might get it out of the library sometime. All right, that is it for now. Have a great week, everybody. Yeah, I'll be having withdrawal too. How's next week going to start? We're not going to think about it right now, Denise. It'll be fine. And I'll see you guys around, and I'll see you the week after next. Thank you, Sue. I will have a good time. We will be doing all sorts of fun stuff. Who knows what? I will miss you guys as well. And we'll see. Unless they're exhausted and they just want to hang out, in which case we'll still have sprints, and I'll introduce you guys to my dad. But I doubt that's going to be the plan, because they're going to be like, you're doing what? For how long? Anyway, I will talk to you guys next time. See you around. Bye.